What's up, Chad? How you doing? Hey, thank you, Zero Beast. Yeah, I thought we'd check out the we didn't get to it when we played that space trucking game. Didn't get to space truck enough. Gemma is joining us today. She is remaining very close to me. Track me. She's adorable. Yeah, we're talking about you, beautiful. Been wearing long sleeves for so long, I forgot I have this whole. I got these tattoos. How goes it? It goes very well. Goes very well. Goes very well. Very well. Got that sick ink. Yeah, man. Tell you what I want. I want more. I think I'm about if I get to go as frequently as I want, we're probably about 3 to 5 years away from finishing the whole piece. I got this leg I got to finish. I got the other leg, and then we got upper chest, full back, and into my sides here. And then we'll be done. At least that's the plan. It's a creative plan. Celebration point chat that I didn't bring it up on stream. Two days ago, I went to the gym and worked out in a small in a small shirt. A small. 3 years ago, I was wearing a double XL. Unbelievable. Even my skinny clothes don't fit right anymore. Yes, you're so beautiful. So beautiful. Smart. I love you. Next month, I got a consultation to remove my extra skin. I actually got a question about that, if you don't mind. What are the criterium on that? Is it like a certain amount of weight lost? And then how do they approach that? Love. For mine, it was whatever your weight loss goal is, and you have to be there for 6 months. Yeah, I know I don't know, like, how do you know that you need it? I guess is my question. And if this is too personal, tell me to leave you alone. Um, just had skin hanging off you like an apron. Because I've lost a decent amount. I don't think I need it, but we were talking about Amy yesterday. Amy lost almost 50% of her body weight. And and it's something it's I know other people who've lost that much weight uh percentage wise often get that surgery. Um so I'm trying to learn about it. Like she's lost fat wise. She's lost she's probably lost over 100 pounds. Now that we know her muscle numbers. And she has a small frame. So it's something I've been like kind of kicking it around. We've been talking about it, and so I'm just trying to learn more. You are such a beautiful, beautiful doggy. I can tell she's stressed. Broman looking like a snack right now, if I do say so myself. Thank you. Thank you very much. Deliciously well painted. I hope you all are doing well today. I hope you've had a peaceful morning. Just realized I don't have multi chat up. What's up, Mad Sapper? What's up, Jiro? Hey, what's up, Sam? How you doing? Sweetie, I have to work now, okay? You want more food? Are you hungry? Sweet baby girl. She's growing again. She's 3 years old, but she's growing again. The only times that Gemma has eaten like 6 cups of food a day is when she's been growing. Otherwise, like we do 4 because she's giant. But now I think she needs even more. I'll be back. What have you all been up to today? Ugh. Oof. Okay. Vibing and paying bills. Chat, I appreciate you. I really do. All of you being here. I appreciate all of you. I hope you're having the kind of day that makes you smile. And if you're not, if shit is stressing you out and life is difficult, I hope you can find some time, take some deep breaths, and slow down. Can you believe that No Man's Sky is 10 years old? Something really interesting is happening with me and all these games that are celebrating these big anniversaries. That because my professional life is so tied to whoop. All right, so do I need to go start? Is this an expedition I need to start, chat? Potty. Go potty. Haven't played the new update yet. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we got to go to the expedition terminal. Okay. You got it. Now, wait, I forget. Is expedition requires a new... Is that you got to do a new guy? Gemma, you really are, you're killing me today. All right, let's go. Gemma needs so much attention today. She's been having an allergic reaction to something lately. We're trying to figure out why, so I'm gonna, we're gonna take her outside again. I apologize for all the breaks this morning. Okay. You can plan for everything, but things change.
Commencing Atlas System suit initialization. Life support systems activated. Shield kinetic system online. Aerial propulsion jetpack online. Multi-tool and mining laser attachment operational. User initialization sequence complete.
Join a community road trip to industrial waste from this planet. Register at the control plant panel. Hey, Epic Toxic Slayer, thank you for 20 months of subbing. Welcome back to the Bro Force. Dude, how do I look at my fancy backpack, Chad. Look at that. It's rainbows, dude.
Technology installed. Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received. Technology recharge.
Is that someone else's base over there, chat? All right, I need 3 of these. Oh, I needed 1.
Technology recharge.
Okay, I'm trying to. I'm racking my brain about how to create all this different material because I'm not as you might say, I'm not a pro man's sky. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not a professional. Oh, just magnets. Oh, they really. That's so much better than it used to be? Question mark.
Technology recharge.
Sweetie. All right. I'll be right back. I gotta go shut the door now that Gemma's done playing outside. All right, let's see.
Technology recharge. Ground protection falling. Units received. Units received.
Ooh, what's that? That's a wacky thing. Look at that. Is that alive? You ever just receive units, man? Nothing feels better than receiving units. Actually, let me take that back. I do enjoy distributing units a lot more.
Technology installed.
I like this Mark II refiner. I wanted to rename it. I wanted to rename it like the Boom Boom Room or something. All right, now what do we want? Flux calibration. Test the Gravitino coil. Okay. All done, Gemma. Okay, I gotta work now. Sorry. Scrap processed into nanites. So this makes me think that in Light No Fire, having a fully completed base is going to allow you to have some sort of material recycler that'll give you the second order currency. Just making some predictions. Yeah, I'm all done. All done. No, all done.
Technology recharge.
Is that a gigantic spider? It is. I'm not a cow, Gemma. So now she's trying to intimidate me. She's staring at me, trying to force me to move. Lay down. All done. Lay down.
Technology recharge.
All right, we're trying to figure it out. Hey, how is space today? We're remembering how to play space game. Customize the Colossus. Craft metal plating. Okay. Am I enjoying the expedition? I am. Cobalt. I can't read. There's so many people. Gemma is feeling very dejected this morning. It's cracking me up. She's quite sad
Technology recharge.
that Amy is not here. Alright, Cobalt. Oop. Wait. Wait. God damn it. Do you think Hello Games will ever let us give them money again? Yes. When No Man's Sky launches. Yeah, this new expedition is fun. They're definitely, as they have been doing, they're definitely testing out tech in these expeditions that they're going to be using for Light No Fire. I forget how big the No Man's Sky primary team is. Gemma will recover and endure. Oh, yeah. 50 employees. What about when they launched the game?
Technology recharge.
$16 employees at launch. I mean, I'll look something up here. I tell you what, man. You know, it sounds like, and I'm absolutely making a statement here. It sounds like they are operating as a company that knows how to effectively manage the resources that they have and are probably not targeting eternal expansion. They sold 4 million copies in the first year, and they're up to 10 million copies now. 10 million plus. And they managed to take the revenue from all of that, which is probably around like $300 million. Well, 250. And keep everyone on staff. And not just keep everyone on staff, but expand to 3 times their size, 3 times their launch size, all while not making people pay for DLC. It's very, it's an inspiring story.
Technology recharge.
Yes, I smell different. I have different deodorant on today, Miss Gemma. Do.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Whoop. All right, deploy a Colossus. Gather materials with a train manipulator to refine paraffinium, mine pyrite. Okay, so first deploy to traverse. Gemma, I cannot help you. Do you want water? Water. Gemma does not approve. She is communicating really hard this morning. She really wants me to understand something. So I always try to, right? Like, imagine being alive and having a brain, and then like the people you're around don't want to try to understand you. That would drive me nuts. Which game studio are we talking about? We're talking about studio behind No Man's Sky. You ever thought about getting her the talk buttons? Oh, I think about it all the time. Her and Pepper especially. I think Emma is very smart. Pepper understands when you talk to her in full sentences. Hello, games. That's right. Water. Air. Air. Oh. I gotta fix this. Hang on.
Thermal protection falling.
Was she trying to tell me about the lights? Yeah. Yeah, she didn't like the lights.
Take it back.
She wants me to turn off She wants me to turn off the lights back there. I'm not kidding you. Hang on. So she wanted me to hang those up again and turn down the lights in the back. I wonder if they make a noise that I can't hear. Gemma needs a low sensory day, all right? No judgment.
Technology recharge.
Okay. Gemma needs a low sensory day. It's a G. Gemma with a G. Now we love Gemma. Okay. All right, we got to mine pyrite. On my walks, a house down the road from me has a constant electrical hum. Being able to hear electricity is rough. The world is very loud sometimes.
Technology recharge.
Yeah, man. Elementary school was brutal. but I was the problem. Well, sitting in those rooms was like torture. Torture. It's so brutal. Uh-oh. That's just unfortunate. I'm going to test this out. Ooh, that's pretty. Ooh. I love beautiful things. And I love ugly things too. I just love stuff. Being alive is great. I feel like Pepper would have a lot to say. Oh, if we trained her? Oh, no, this is the wrong one. Did I lose my save? Nah, there's no way, dude. This. Goodness. But yeah, I think it's pretty admirable that Hello Games is an interesting blueprint that I would love to see more studios engage with, like on a functional level. You know, and I'm seeing some conversations coming out of DICE this year as well. And people are saying, like, you know, and I think we're all aware of this, like, there was a lot of investment going into gaming, especially like during the pandemic. And post-pandemic, when everybody saw, because remember, chat, like the VC firms and stuff, they are looking for a trend that tells them number go up so they can tell their boss number go up. And since their boss is excited about number go up, they you know, like, so they were looking at these new revenue trends and assuming that they were going to remain constant. And that's just not, the fundamental premise on that is broken, right? Like, The reason that profits were going up in gaming during pandemic was because gaming was one of very few things people could do inside of their homes. That's why Twitch numbers went up. That's why YouTube numbers went up. That's why all this other stuff kept going up. But when a hobby in general requires you to stay inside and you're forced to be inside, people are going to spend more money there. And then that's going to change once everyone can go back outside again. So we saw a lot of overinvestment. Saw a lot of overinvestment into huge projects with massive team sizes. And again, that's not to say that those projects can't be successful. We all have, like, AAA games still exist. But I think that the financial structure that underpins how those large projects were created has shown that it has to change now. And there's been so much mismanagement of resources. There's been so much mismanagement of resources. And we've seen the employees, the people that actually create these experiences, suffering over the past 2 years from this idea that I'm going to hand $100 million to somebody and they're going to hand me back a $2 billion IP, as if creative genius can just be purchased like that. I'm not trying to be on a soapbox, chat, but I just fundamentally think that there's better mechanisms that can be used and produced to create things than the ones that we have now. And so it's going to be really interesting. I mean, we've seen some of the biggest successes in gaming over the past few years be smaller studio size, or like I guess medium studio size, or like solo duo dev teams. And they are producing, and not just things that are valuable, right? But they're producing like more consistent they're producing the kind of revenue that these larger studios are chasing. And I think that the reason we're seeing smaller studios be successful, smaller dev times, is that like games, I mean, I don't know. This is my fundamental thesis on gaming in general, but games are art. And you can only corporatize art so much before it loses what it is. When you create via a democratic vote on what is going to provide you the highest level of financial return, you end up with something that it isn't a bad product by any means. I always say I want every game that is created, and I want it to be successful. I want the devs to be able to eat and have health insurance and live their life. So I'm not trying to say people who work on these experiences are not creating something that's artistic. I think, you know, when you make a piece of art that is for everyone, you end up making something that's maybe too neutral, is a great way to describe it. Well, Arc Raiders is definitely, and that's actually a good financial example of what I'm talking about. People are expecting to be able to spend that much money on a game dev cycle and then make that much and then make that kind of return just because they spent the money on the input side of the equation, right? Because and I've learned this from operating we have different kinds of businesses, chat, right? Like we have consumer goods with coffee. You know, we have an event with GCX, and businesses like that, businesses that are not creative forward, there is a part of the equation where you can put money behind it and you can drive expansion, right? It's a lot less risky. You can have good creative and post great Facebook ads and all this other stuff, and it will grow with a relatively steady curve, right? But creative stuff is just not like that. We see it with movies. We see it all over the place, and it's interesting to me that the corporate eyeballs don't view gaming in the same way as other artistic ventures. Oof. So if I was an investor and I was looking to invest in gaming, I would be looking at small teams with very focused visions of what they want to make. Creative, somebody who is to quote Stan Lee's kind of creative ethos is that he's, truly creative people make the things that they want to see, right? They make something that is going to bring them joy. Stan Lee would say he wants to read a story or write a story that makes him excited, he would say, while he was writing it. Because if he's excited while he's writing it, and he can't wait to see what happens next, then he'd bet that the person reading it might feel the same. And that fundamental underpinning of knowing that when you create for yourself, the audience is there. That's the great creative mystery, great confident creative mystery, right? If I got a ship, where's my broken ass ship at? Yeah, D-Man Force it. Exactly. Man, my neck. Okay. Can I make this somewhere else? This is my problem with No Man's Sky. Every time I pick it back up, I'm like,
Technology recharge.
or is it out? Okay. Apply flatbed module. All right. How do you get third person view? Oh man, it's like a Z. Forget which button. Oh, which button is it, chat? I can't remember what button it is. Oh, is it toggle camera view? Okay, so it's X and then utilities and then toggle camera view. At least it's a menu navigation thing. And I forgot. I want to make the flatbed. Why can't I make the flatbed? All right, we're gonna see if I is just glitched. Ooh. Load the flatbed. All right, now this is the right speed of gameplay for me in No Man's Sky. I do this all day.
Technology installed.
Oh. I don't know who built that, but it's I don't like this rock, Robert. It's pissing me off. This is fun. Those lights are really fun. It's funny to me that it's in real life, the one of them is very clearly red, but neither of them look red on the it doesn't look red on the camera. Optics are so cool. You ever think about how little of a slice of all of the information coming through us all the time from the universe we actually perceive?
Protection falling.
Got a waste heap. I love it.
Technology recharge.
Is this update? Is it worth playing again? Oh, hell yeah.
Thermal protection falling. Technology installed. Technology installed.
This is fun as fuck, dude. Pick up the garbage. Oh, yeah. Wait. Okay, no, I didn't lose anything. Well, I used to watch you during Destiny. What do you usually play now? All kinds of stuff, man. I do enjoy a nice looter or extraction game still, but yeah, I mean, Destiny was done for me when we finished Final Shape. There's probably going to be a day where I go back and I play all the story DLC or maybe try to try out these new raids or whatever, but that's going to be part of the farewell tour whenever that happens. Today, yeah, most of the time I play new stuff. I play a variety of various games. I kind of play what pleases me. That reminds me, man. We got to get back on Forza. Probably do that on Saturday. Wait a minute. Oh no, all shit. I knew it, dude. I wasn't paying attention, but it looks like all my cargo exploded.
Technology recharge.
Horizon 6 comes out one day before your birthday, which is nice. Oh, that is nice. That is very nice. Recycle waste at the processing plant. Special waste currently loaded on the flatbed is 0. Yeah, we can burn shit now, chat. You can burn it all up. We got to be really careful when we're driving back next time that we don't accidentally explode all of our stuff. I don't like that. I didn't even know I was running over... I didn't know I was running over animals at all. What are we talking about? What are we talking about, dude? So I'm going to have to, like, you think I need to pack it? You think I need to pack it in there so that there's no wiggle room and shit's not exploding? Or maybe I just need to take ridge lines all the way back? This is a hell of a drive. Dude, where is this toxic waste at? I can't find it, chat. I can't find it. Toxic waste, try twitter.com. You know what? Well done. And let's go to this one. This one's got at least a timer on it, right? Like, very relaxing, very relaxing. My dentist from Florida is still trying to get me to do dentist shit. Dad, don't take an edible before you play this fucking game. Don't do it. You're gonna actually just fall in love with the game. And it's gonna bring you childlike joy and wonder.
Fuel required. Technology recharge.
Feel how Tommy feels, but about Blue Sky. Every text-based platform has that I've had the pleasure of
Thermal protection fully.
using has yeah, they all evolve in different ways. Special waste one. Okay. Party balloons, bro. Sorry we had to shut down an airport, chat. All right, listen. No, listen. We had to use lasers to shoot down party balloons. No. Shut up. No, you shut your fucking mouth. I don't care how unreasonable that is. Yeah, that's the report. That's the report. Yeah, is directed energy weapons used on party balloons that were misidentified. Am I going to be streaming this day to play at 4? I will be in meetings for Magic Find. Going back to our earlier conversation, we are working on getting funded right now, so it's very busy times. We're going to get this fucking done. We are going to get this done.
Thermal protection falling.
What do you think the easiest way to get over there is, man?
Fuel required. Technology recharge.
Nice and slow. It ain't easy, but it's an honest living. Game really wants to remind me where I live, dude. It's like, you're in Missouri now. You're in a flyover state with no destination import at all. Consider your life in despair. Hurtful. Did you get your mystery pipe fixed? Yeah, you're gonna love this story. So the pipe that was leaking, was a copper pipe leading, going through my ceiling. And the point of this copper pipe was to be the water supply for my fridge, which I don't have a fridge that has water or ice production, so I'm assuming it was part of the old fridge that they took out of here before they gave us a small fridge. For those of you who don't know, this house does not have a full-size fridge in it. Yeah. Not that that matters. I'm happy to have refrigeration at all. But what they did was they just snipped the end of the copper pipe and like folded it over on itself and didn't actually like plumb a termination point. So the guy told me basically it was just like really shoddy contractor work. I don't know why I'm yelling. It was really shoddy contractor work. Really shoddy contractor work, and it was basically doomed to occur. What's the status of the stairs? Oh, they're not fixed. They still leak. Are you renting? Yeah. Yeah. And I'm happy, man. Like, I don't know if we want to buy a house here in St. Louis or not. We'll figure it out, man. This is just, it's weird times, man. Feels like it's been a constant battle. It has been, man. It's been an opportunity to learn a lot of lessons. That was not the processing plant. It's the average price of like a 3-bedroom up here. It really, and I mean really depends on what part of the city you're buying in. Anywhere from 200,000, and then you could drive 5 minutes You could drive 5 minutes and then it's $1 million. St. Louis is very economically separated. Sounds like status quo. Yeah, I mean, that's what you get from renting a home from a startup. Yeah, there's a few divide places. I mean, like, around us, like, probably 250. Around where Amy's parents are at, around 500. Around where my parents live, probably, like, 750. Older neighborhoods are more expensive. Yes and no. Still sad you didn't want to buy the haunted house. I'm not. Haunted house was an option. Yeah, there's like a really haunted, awful old property on the northern side of St. Louis City. It was not expensive, but it was, yeah, you read about the history of the place, and there's no way. Ain't no fucking way I'm living no way I would live, buy, or visit a location that has had that much suffering and grief and pain. Not interested. Think of the content. Unfortunately, for the people who want me to think of the content, I'm not. I don't know who you think you're talking to when it comes to content, but I am not a 18-year-old content creator. I am almost 40. I'm not going to punch my jaw to improve my jawline while railing testosterone and methamphetamine like it is a hobby. Okay. I got no interest in bothering anybody in this life or their afterlife. I want peace. I can't believe I totally fucked up the mission. I don't want to be a Ghostbuster. I guess not. I'd want the Yeah, I'd want any spirits that encounter me. I hope that they would understand that I simply want them to experience peace. You know, I don't want That's it. Every spiritual tradition tells you not to fuck with the dead. And I do find it crazy that it is some people's entire personality. Some people can't help their kinks. I mean, if it is a kink, I mean, I fucking, go to therapy. There are way less dangerous ways. Find another one. Happy my apartment was built in the late 90s. At least you know it's time to end the stream when the walls start bleeding. Yeah, I would end the stream and I would run away. Mortuary assistant was ridiculous. I'll play a scary video game. You know what I mean? I'll play a scary video game. Stop hiding shit down underneath your stairs. Like, yeah, like just simple spiritual hygiene is not that difficult. You see something weird in the woods, leave it alone. You see something that looks ritualistic, leave it alone. You see things in front of you that shouldn't be there, leave them alone. Leave it alone. My parents' place felt super haunted, and it wasn't always super cool living like that. Nah. Getting fucked up by a ghost? Yeah, you don't want to get fucked up by a ghost. Last thing you want. You get used to it though? I mean, let's check it out. No. No, if it needs assistance in any way, If it needs assistance in any way, it will come back and make its request for obvious assistance. Okay. Like, we could talk then. Please open a ticket. Hey man, I mean, I was, I mean, we've talked about it before, chat. Like my insane background, like they were all about praying over shit and getting the demons out and all that shit. And I am positive back then that I was fucking with and pissing off shit that I shouldn't have been fucking with and pissing off. Okay? I got no interest. What was the denomination? The loosely affiliated, which means that you're basically in a non-denominational setting that has a grouping of core tenets that they agree on, all of them radical. The denomination was Assemblies of God. That's where I was raised. My church was ultra charismatic, big demonology, big end times, big everything awful. Take a look at take a look at the corporatization of modern Christianity and the abomination that it is on the world stage right now. That's what I was raised in. I told Amy, like, this shit's coming across the news, and she's like, why the fuck are these people for real? And I was like, yeah, that's what they taught me when I was 10 years old. Yeah, I was taught that every Sunday growing up. No, JBN, no. The church I went to was in one of the most affluent areas of the city, so they always had money. They didn't need to make a show about it. They were all old money. You didn't need to make a show. They knew what they were paying for. They knew what they were funding, and that's what they wanted to see in the world. They didn't need to be convinced. They were bought in hook, line, and sinker. They were going to fund it. They didn't need a show. They were old and rich. Oh, they're everywhere, Smago. They are highly evangelical. Yeah, that was the most haunted place I've ever been, man. That building without people in it, fucking terrifying.
Technology recharge.
Terrifying place. Did not like it. But I'm very lucky, I didn't get trapped in that way of thinking. You know? Like, I haven't done the research, chat, but I'm positive there's somebody who tussled up on January 6th. I'm positive one of those motherfuckers goes to the church that I went to. You know what I'm saying? That's where they were at. And they've been there for 20 years. When Dr. James Dobson passed away, chat, my dad left a sentimental post on Facebook about it. More sentimental than anything he's ever mentioned to me. Okay? That's the level of weird we're talking about here. My dad loved that man, loved his teaching, and that was how I was raised. I got the sex talk by reading Preparing for Adolescence out loud, sitting next to that man on a couch when I was 10. That's how I learned about sex. It was, looking back on it, very fucking weird. Yeah. Yeah, but when he passed away, my dad wrote a big old thank you, which I found intimately hilarious, because he and I had a discussion about how all of that shit was really bad, and I had to go to, you know, like I worked through it in therapy and, you know, recovered my sense of autonomy and understood that love and control are actually two separate things, and real love from real people who really love you is, you know, it isn't holding on to them and crushing the life out of them until they comply to you. We had a whole big discussion about that. Clearly he still disagrees. He love is control and compliance to him. And I do feel bad. I mean, that's a shitty life that he's choosing, but you can't help people that don't want to help themselves. Can't help anybody that's completely unwilling to listen. But yeah, I count myself blessed and lucky and deeply thankful to all the incredible people in my life that poured wisdom and knowledge and patience into my life, and recognized that I was a person who did truly want to change and took a risk by being honest with me. You know, about who they are and what they thought, because I was not approachable. I was a jackass. Nobody's perfect. Oh yeah, I have forgiven myself for the person that I was. You know, in the same way that I can extend compassion to somebody who's lived in the same information environment that I lived in my whole life. Like, I got out. I got out, but it was it was the result of a lifetime of work. It was not a simple thing. I think when I talk about this, I think I don't put enough emphasis on that. You know, it wasn't easy. I lost everything. I lost all social safety structure, all my friends, my family, and I had to completely start my life over. And that's a price I'd pay 1 trillion times over. And I'm proud that I did that. But I didn't do it alone. And I think that's why I maybe tend to the softer side of compassion and stuff, because was Amy part of that too? No, Amy would have never spoken to me again if she met me when I was like that. In fact, she did meet me once before when I was like that, and she did not like that guy at all. You know, me and my ex-wife, you know, we, I've talked about her, and I know that in the relationship and how everything fell apart. But the one thing that I will always credit her with is that she was also willing to leave and get the fuck out of all of this insanity, you know. And I think that's, if I were to reflect about everything, that is part of the reason why I think I still wanted to try and make everything work for as long as I did with them, because there's not a lot of people that have walked that path. You, god damn it! Do I speak from anyone from my past? Not anyone that still goes to that church. I've had friends reach out to me. I just don't respond. I don't know if I can trust a single one of them, frankly. And I don't have the emotional time or energy to desire to figure out whether or not this person is trying to integrate back into my life just to try and evangelize to me, witness to me, and try to bring me back into the fold. Because I've tried reconnecting with my friends. And also, chat, please don't. This is not an indictment of whatever you believe. I believe that you can be a person of any faith, and you can absolutely integrate that into your life. And if it is making you a better person for yourself and the entire world around you, not just your family and friends, pop off. You know, I think that's great.
Toxins detected. Technology recharge.
And that's what I believe. But those people and the belief structure that they serve is not one of those belief structures that is compatible with a world filled with diverse thought, diverse people, diverse economics, power structures. That it has to be one way for those people, and that's fucking dangerous.
Ground protection fully.
And I mean, like, let's just be really straight up, dude. Like, why can't we just go back? So they tend to vote one way? Yes, they tend to vote in line with dominion and domination-based theology. Dominion, domination, and patriarchal, cis-het family structure. That's the only way anything is allowed to exist for them. And they're all single issue voters. Or they've deluded themselves to that point. Like my dad, and I shared this story before, but my dad, when I went to talk to him and I told him everything that had happened to Amy and I mentioned the difficult and negative things that were happening in our lives, our ability to conceive, Amy's ability to get care, the effect that it has had on you, chat, and all of the international members of you know, like the GCX community, and how people don't want to come and be a part of something that is good, that is happening simply because it's in the United States, and I can't fucking blame them. And he said, well, I voted because I believe in the right to life. And I said, so to be clear, I expressed how things have affected Amy and I, how things have affected the thousands of people that are a part of, tens of thousands of people that are part of the GCX community that are doing good in the world and building positive community with each other. A community that we try very hard, or not try, you don't have to try, a community that we have built to be open to everyone, and to treat everybody the same, and then I was like, and not to mention, you also have like 2 children that are being directly targeted by this administration because of its views, its narrow views on sex and sexuality, and also all of the other horrible shit that's been happening. And I was like, so you're telling me that you would do it all over again, just for that one thing? And he looked me dead in the fucking face and said, yes. And that was the last time we spoke. Who was that? My own father. My genetic donor. Brave of you to have that conversation at all. That's very kind of you to say. I didn't feel brave. I felt it was necessary because it was in line with my beliefs. And truly his. That was the hardest part Because after we had that conversation, because I really wanted to change the old man's mind. Because like I said earlier, I had so many people that gave me so much time to help me change. I brought up all of the things that he taught me when we were growing up, right? His opinions on various analogous political events where he was absolutely on the other side of history for all of those moments. And that all fell on deaf ears. It's tough. It's tough. But yeah, some people don't want to change. Some people don't want to change. They have no interest in changing. And I think the hardest thing to learn, and I'm sure that, and I'm sharing this because none of us are ever truly alone in our suffering. It is shared by someone you've never met or someone that you might know. I was there, and I was really, at the end of the conversation, I was really upfront. I said, Dad, I'm really just here because I want you to show me in a real way, not with your language, not with your words. Show me in a real way. Give me a glimmer of hope that you love me and my family. That you love me and my and your other kids. Just tell me that there is some part of you that regrets the way things are right now. I know you can't change the past. I'm asking about right now. And yeah, disappointing answer as well. I read about that Delicate Phoenix. What do you do at that point? Do you try to reach them or quietly leave them to their own devices? Like, who can say what's right? That's a hard conversation, right? For me, I exhausted every possible intellectual and emotional point of connection, conversation, and argumentation that I possibly could in that conversation. So until something new presents itself that I could use to have a conversation with him, I'm not, there isn't anything I can do. When you reach the point of there's just no more conversation to be had. Did it begin to get hostile? He... I want to be honest, but I want to be delicate. He did the Darvo thing where he, at the end of it, really tried to make me feel like I was attacking him. And maybe he did truly feel attacked. I was addressing his core belief system. But I wasn't rude. Maybe I was a little heated, but... yeah, it ended with... yeah, like I told him, like... Can I steal? How long ago was that conversation? I believe that was December. No, hang on. That was early November. We left from that point, and he said, one of the things he told me at the end is, I feel like you get different news sources than I do. So I don't know anything that you're talking about. I said, okay, would you be comfortable? Would you be comfortable with me sending you information so that you could see it? And I did that for about a month, and he apparently could not handle that. So, I think one of the times I went out with coffee with my mom, she was like, I think you should go no contact with him. Which is crazy coming from your own family. Yeah, my own mother said that. That was in December, and the last piece of communication I had with him was because I had brought up, by the way, to be clear, I had brought up all of the human rights violations as well that the administration that he voted for is engaging in right now, and the camps that they have built everywhere, where they are detaining and abusing and killing people. And obviously he didn't care about any of that because he's towing the racist line. But I did ask him. The last time I communicated with him was the day Alex Preddy got murdered. And I said, they're killing people in the streets. Can you at least tell me that this isn't what you want to see? And I gave him a week to reply to me, and he didn't reply. Yeah. And that's... yeah. So I mean, if you're so bought in, that you think anybody who intellectually disagrees with you deserves to be shot in the street, I am not equipped to change that person's mind. I'll say that. And it's not your job to do so. I think that it's a very complex relationship when it comes to responsibility to educate and family members and it is a intricate dynamic for every individual and their family structure. Yeah, if not you, then who? Right. Which is why I said, like, I'm not talking to him right now because I don't have anything that I can bring to the table to start a discussion with him. I brought everything that I could to the table. Like, I fucking prepared for a month to sit down with him because Amy and I were convinced that we could get him to see reason. Well, yeah, exactly, Smago. Like, for example, I would not necessarily say that it is the responsibility of a child who has been deeply wounded and abused by their parents to change their parents' mind. But that's why I said it is a complicated interpersonal thing dynamically. But it is very complex when we get into the realm of personal responsibility. There are complexities. And we could simplify it, and I could say that, yeah, it is your responsibility. You need to figure it out. You need to go to therapy. You need to get stronger. You need to figure out how to forgive them, find inner peace, and then address them. Is that essentially asking a human being to become, like, the living embodiment of a Buddha in order to fucking address their own goddamn whacked-out family? Yeah. It is. It is an extensive journey. It is a long path to get to that level of personal confidence, enlightenment, patience, and understanding. And the reality is the clock might run out before you get to finish that journey. You know, and it's hard for me to maintain a relationship with my mom because I know she still holds some of these beliefs. But at least she's willing to listen. I think valuing your personal well-being is more important than someone who's so stubborn they won't even listen. Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a line to walk when it comes to personal sacrifice and trying to help others. And that's up to you as an individual. So I'll say this. I think that if you are operating in a structure where you are doing everything you can in good faith while maintaining your sanity, you're doing enough. And I have been willing to place my emotions on the line as payment for the conversations I had with him for the past 5 years. And I do think that that is okay. Like, you have to remember that the suffering that you are trying to stem off and end does persist continuously for the people who are suffering. And so my discomfort in any given situation is dwarfed by that reality. Oh, Metasauce, there is a lot of this conversation that I am leaving out intentionally when it comes to the details of my family members. So yeah, like I do think that we do have a human personal responsibility to, like, help alleviate suffering. Our suffering sits on that scale. But it's a part of the bigger, it's always going to be part of the bigger equation, right? And I'm always still learning, and I'm absolutely not the guy who's going to sit here and tell you I got it. I'm it. I understand it all. It's a path. But I do think something that everyone can do is, you know, get off the doom train and assume everything's always going to suck and assume everything's always been like this.
Protection falling.
And because it's always been like this, there's no safety. There's no way to recover. There's no way to change. That's just not true.
Technology recharge.
There are great ways to set up governance for large groups of people. We just need to take a look at. Need to take a look at matriarchal societies. There are other ways of thinking and structuring society that benefits everybody and does not involve the continuous seeking of exploitation of one another. I appreciate you, IR Legend. I hope that discussing my journey helps others on theirs. And Darth Tropicana, yeah, I'm happy to share this when I've processed it. I think that's one of the things I learned going through this. The start, really easy to just kind of dump out my emotions unprocessed. Like I said, this conversation was relatively recent. Also, someone asked me if my parents are still together. The answer to that is yes. And just to clarify another point that has gotten lost, Kevin even brought this up to me in the past. The church that I was talking about in the beginning, where my parents, you know, where I was harmed and my friends were harmed, and you know, I had told them for a long time the bad things that happened to all of us there. My parents kept going to that church until about 3 or 4 years ago. They had absolutely no issue continuing to go to that church after they learned how much it harmed the three of us. They had no issue at all because their friends were there. And that was tough. That was tough. And it was tough, man. Like to tough, but not unique, right? But it just reminds me, like, how many people feel unheard or unseen, not just by the people that they love, but by everyone around them. And that was the experience I had with my family. And it does suck. And, you know, like, I do wish I knew what it was like growing up with parents I could rely on and I wasn't afraid of. But it's okay. As I've aged, I see that now that I am this age, I can see that experience as a gift. Because it has taught me empathy in a way that is so deeply integrated into who I am. It's not something I can just turn off. You know, has been hard. But there's a lot to learn from it. I got an extra fluffy, buttery cake, apparently. Hey, Evan Flo, what's up? What kind of cake we talking about? Dude, I haven't seen a Lenny face in a long-ass time. Are we excited about Elder Scrolls 6? You think GTA 6 is ever going to come out now? Now that everybody knows those dudes are in the files. Yeah, not just them, Bobby Kotick's in there. Look up the word microtransactions. But yeah, I believe one of the founders or two of the founders of that game Yeah, the microtransaction thing is crazy. Saying we should totally do microtransactions to get these kids comfortable with like the economy of purchasing things and not owning them or some shit. It was wild, man. Wild. It is crazy that so much negative shit that has come into the gaming space is literally the direct result of shit that is in those files. Like when they were talking about, oh, this shit touches everything, it was not an exaggeration, it was not a joke.
Protection falling.
All the fucking nonsense. The fucking nonsense from 4chan. And that shit has directly affected us on this channel. Chat, directly affected us on this channel. Me getting swatted. Me getting death threats called into my wedding. Those conversations originated on 4chan. All of the horrible harassment and Gamergate nonsense. All of that. It's all part of it. Did I upgrade my wheels yet? I think I have to finish this quest before I can do the wheel upgrades. You haven't heard about it for a long time? Well, just so you know, Gamergate, QAnon, all this alt-right nonsense, all originated there on a board called Politically Incorrect. That was created by one of the head moderators of that website named Moot after he met with Epstein. All that is 100% correct and verifiable. So yeah, I mean, it has touched the gaming space in a way that I think changed the gaming space in a very negative way over the past 10 years. And I hope now that one of the results of all of this being brought to light is that better business practices, better conversations, and true, honest discussion about gaming as an art form is what comes in to replace it, because that's what gaming felt like in the 90s. That's what gaming felt like in the 2000s. Yeah, and obviously everything. I don't know everything that happened in there, but the stuff that affects the domains that I have expertise in, I try to stay updated. Are a lot of gamers political? No. Gaming is art. Art is inherently political. I think what you mean is it radicalized a lot of people and turned them into alt-right jackasses. Into political comment. Yeah. Well, then, I mean, you can even look at how the evolution of what has become successful on Twitch has changed. It's all very, very fucking interconnected. Okay. Okay, I gotta get all 4 of these over there. Yo, you know what this makes me think of, chat, now we're talking about it, is I wonder if that Orange Justice guy that DDoSed us, like, I wonder if Orange was a reference. I never asked myself that question. You know, the people that DDoSed us during that World First race. Because when did that happen? 2017, 2018? Was it that? I'm trying to remember when that raid was. Tom Clancy was in the files? Like being mentioned by individuals? Or like indirect contact? I mean, that guy always knew government secrets. Any tips on how to do the expedition? It's my first ever one. Follow the milestone instructions on your expedition log. Oh yeah, the cloning stuff is crazy. It'll be interesting to see what kind of technology has been around that people don't have access to. It's been proven. I mean, I again, I don't know anything about that shit. Yeah, but there's shit in there about cloning and consciousness transfer and all this other stuff. Look, chat, I'm just ready for the rest of the aliens to show up and be like, yo, we're sorry it took us so long to get here. We're here to help, and it'll be great. They're making army robots as they speak. I think they've already. I mean, you want my conspiracy theory, chat? Here's what I think. I think they've already deployed them. I think that they used robots when they took Maduro. Here's why. There is witness testimony from the Venezuelan forces that were on the ground that state that the 20 operatives that the United States dropped in took out hundreds of people. Firing hundreds of rounds a second. Absolutely, there was absolutely no way for them to stop or counter any of these guys. There's nothing that they could do. When you read the description, it sounds very similar to the first time we deployed the now declassified stealth Black Hawk helicopters. So yeah, I mean, I think that we have clear proof that it's already been used and deployed in a combat scenario, along with whatever sort of directed energy weapon the quote-unquote discombobulator is. AI tech is alien tech. Ooh. Senators talking about UAP stuff. Oh, yeah. I mean, Astro Walker. We've transcended the realm of provable things, and now you're speaking about a reality that hasn't existed yet without proof. Yeah, I read about the Life Touch stuff. Very horrifying.
Ground protection falling.
UAP that was shot down yesterday is why a section of the mountains is still a no-fly zone. All right, is that what we're talking about? Design Colossus configuration. It's the party wagon.
Technology installed.
Big dig rig. Ugh, I gotta grab a snack. I just realized it's like 2 o'clock and I've eaten no food, so I'm gonna be right back. Oh, my legs.
Ground protection falling.
No, there's drops today. I just don't have the command set up. Or at least I think there's drops.
Split in half with a motherfucking knife and deal with this shit.
Just clearing it out, dude. What was that even from? I don't know. That you talking about that Tangia? Probably me talking about writing an email. Oh, not that's crazy. It's not being covered. They were talking about that today in the hearing that I was listening to.
Reach the second waste heap. Okay.
That's a hella big bonk. Oh, I'd love to see a free weekend this weekend, man. Love it.
Ground protection falling.
Sucks to see what's happening with High Guard. Ugh, that brings us back to what we were talking about right off the rip, doesn't it? Talking about that earlier. We were talking about, I was talking about how a lot of the chatter that I'm seeing this year coming out of ICE, Jesus Christ. Somebody wrote ICE in one of their chats, or they're talking about DHS. DICE this year, developer conference. Is that it seems to be that that there is not a taste right now for investing in AAA projects. And High Guard, because we know they made it part of their advertising that, you know, they spent $100 million developing that game, right? That's what Jeff said. You know, and that was a AAA. That was a AAA developed game, and they just laid everyone off, or a vast majority of people off. You find it you find it strange that you know that they can make incredible games. Well, that's the issue, is that for every incredible game, there are going to be some misses as well. And unfortunately, like, the growth tolerance for misses is just out of the market.
Ground protection falling. Technology recharge.
Is a game we could already play and nobody asked for it, and it looks sweaty off the jump.
Thermal protection falling. Technology recharge.
Problem with asking for a game now is once that game's ready to be released, we might no longer ask for it. I mean, you're touching on something that I think is crucially important, and I think we've seen it across the board when it comes to really successful games over the past, I don't know, let's say my whole life. If you want to make an impactful game, you either need to make a best-in-class experience, which is incredibly difficult to do if there's already offerings out in the market that are successful, or you need to give people something they didn't know they wanted. And I think that giving people something they didn't even realize they wanted is actually the easier thing to do, as long as you have a creative director at the head of your game or game studio that understands the reality of making a game for an audience. And that means when you make a game, you're not making something everyone's going to play. You're making a game for a specific group of people. If you're a game that's for everyone is such a huge risk. But I promise you, like, when Arrowhead Studio made Helldivers 2, they were probably expecting it to get a similar reception as Helldivers 1. But in reality, they created something that was so unique, everyone wanted to play it. But I doubt that that was their original intention, was, oh, we're just going to make Helldivers for everybody. So yeah, I think leading a trend is way more important, and if you're following a trend, you need to deliver something that's best in class. And games like Concord and Lawbreakers, like, those are games that had they had developers, they had the minds, they had the DNA behind that, you know, they had the thought going into the game. But they were just ill-timed because, you know, like the era of the arena shooter is not yet back. I don't know. You see those updates to Diablo 2? Yeah. Yeah, a new Diablo 2 class in 2026, man. How crazy. How much do you think Jeff charged to market that? He apparently gave them that space in the studio for free because in the show for free because he really liked the game.
Technology installed. Technology recharge.
Tap the boost. I already lost so many loads, brother. I ain't gonna fuck around with that. You know, and I mean, like, that's why for me, you know, and you could tell that I really believe what I'm talking about when it comes to games and stuff, because like that is what we are attempting to do. At Magic Find is create something that we think people want, but doesn't exist in the market yet. Yeah. And as Corey says a lot, like, we're trying to make a spiritual successor to PSO. And I can say as somebody who I've put a lot of time into it since we started working on the project, and I can say that as a gameplay experience, it is something that stands out as very unique. And I have not had any experience like that. Other games that I enjoy have bits and pieces of the experience, not the totality of it. So I'm very excited. Jeff is not a friend of games. I think that Jeff's showcase, I think it carries a lot more weight than he realizes. And until there is a really deep respect of the place that the Game Awards stands from a visibility perspective for everyone in gaming, I think it'll continue to kind of miss the mark on some stuff. Like the Game Awards not speaking out about all the layoffs. I just got some life-changing news. It seems really self-serving. I lack the language for this, but I feel like in all circumstances there's like multiple kinds of figurehead leaders. There are like the obvious one that comes to my mind is like The Daily Show and Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart, for the rest of his life, will be like a figurehead leader for that show. And he walks around with an awareness of that when he speaks about his industry, about journalism, about comedy. And I feel that he carries that responsibility with him very well. But when you don't,
Thermal protection falling. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Okay. Oh yeah, Mr. Clean. John represents to my generation of people, and I would bet money that your teacher probably felt the same way. John represents a even-handed, truthful kind of journalism that is void in the modern media landscape outside of independent reporting. And I think that's one of the reasons why he has continued to see so much success throughout his career, is because he has always, even when it isn't convenient, he's always towed that line.
Thermal protection falling.
Oh my god, I forgot what I was doing. What if there aren't any undiscovered? I already discovered everything. All right, I got a meeting here in about 20 minutes, chat. So I'm gonna head out. See if I can give Amy a phone call beforehand. Talk to her about something's going on. I appreciate y'all. This was fun. I will be back tomorrow with more shenanigans. I believe tomorrow we have, how do you say, High on Life 2. And you all know how much I enjoyed the first game, so I cannot wait to play the second one. Appreciate each and every one of you. I will catch you all on the flippity dips, dude. Yeah, tomorrow. I already got it installed. We're playing High on Life 2. We're going to laugh and giggle and scream and kick our legs underneath us because it's going to be all cute. All right, have fun hanging out with Char, chat. I'll see you tomorrow.